I'm just documenting this. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. UK police scan stalking of demons. Freemason cover snakes. Shapeshifter. So yeah, me trying to sleep now. So there are drawers full of certain two websites that are demonic. There's a website, stream at the top, educatesub.org. Just go and research how this is done if you want. Right. I've got a screen share of camera while I'm trying to get some sleep. Scotland knife with a can. Whatever catches, whatever. If it's a natural sunrise, who knows? So I'll just add, I've got a video to upload at some point, but not today because I need some sleep. Yeah, this is. I miss the coast, I don't get a chance to go on holiday and stuff like that. This is just documenting. What sound you hear is going to be robotic. It's not me. No, well, obviously it's me trying to sleep. I still want to tell. I don't control sleep. My voice is not great. Now, if Tanya, if you pop in, if you pop in, it just means the time difference. Scott's thing, I just popped in a short while ago. I've got to mute this for a minute because I just want to have a quick nose or something. Hi Tanya, I'm just trying to get some sleep now. How are you? 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning. Hiya. 5 o'clock. Yeah, Scott was having some really crap idiots. Yeah, I am, Tanya. I'll try to get out of being up all night. I haven't had no sleep yet, so my chest is playing up. I'm just like, I saw Scott live and I popped in, but my ears are piercing, you know, the radiation. How are you? I've got a home invasion again, and they mess about with a bloody gas boiler, haven't they? I can't turn on my hot taps. You know, I can't turn on nothing until later, so I'll be laying in bed. It's a bank holiday weekend over here. So I stocked up on my natural health stuff, and I ain't doing nothing else. Radiation on my left side of my body and my ears of my head, and then they just keep going to pull my bloody chest. So I'm just, you know. Anyway, how are you? I can't type back. Yeah, it's expensive. So it's just instead of vitamins and minerals bottles, I've got powder form, 2 lots. So I was looking online to do it, but I thought, I got herbal teas because of this. I think I don't know what the hell happened to me when I got injured, but it's damaged all my spine. It's affecting my lungs all the time. And then they're radiating my stomach, so it's blowing it up like a bloody balloon. Radiation. These perps at number 7, I've got audio evidence. I haven't bothered to do much about it right now. 1:30 a.m. I got in late. Do you know when you're just sitting there sometimes, do you get the pressure in your head, you feel it? Well, I did. And then, of course, I'm in the electrical wheelchair, so it's like I'm being electrified in a bloody chair. Just target the nerves, isn't it? The neck, ears, head. So of course, back at the neck, because they're feeding. These demons are feeding off one another. They're draining it away. I was spending more days the past 2 weeks, or since the 14th anyway. I've been spending more days in bed. Can't move out of bed because I'm so unwell. So I didn't get out till about 4:30 p.m. UK yesterday. I'll come home to a bloody home invasion. What is it with tampering with a laptop? I can't afford a new one. And in England, I don't know what's going on with Australia, Tanya, but they're putting the rates up. This is That's why I'm trying to prepare for the winter. Uh, from October this year, from uh, the gas and electricity supply, the standard rates are doubling again. And so the cost of energy is going up for an average household. I hardly use it anyway, but £3,000 plus, and then again up in January 2023. So the costs of living by UK government giving out small grants for people to help pay their energy bills ain't going nowhere. So this is where, when there's a deal on, I never got the cash. I mean, I won 70 quid back. I've saved that. So basically, what I got today, I bought health food, tea bags as well. The tea is like very good turmeric powder mix. So when the pain and the radiate me, my muscles and stuff, I can use that to try as a herb drink to try and help the nerves. I've got a also herb drink that helps to calm the nerves, when they trigger you and all that stuff. And I've got another herb drink. I haven't tried it yet. It's a mix. It's elderberry and something else, something to help my chest, And then with the radiation effects, I've got fennel tea. So I've just got that collection and plenty of tea bags to see me through. What I wanted to get is Lab bags, storage of porridge and things for the winter. Because the winter, I think the body is going to need the protein, the sugar. I've got dried powder. I want to get some more. I'm always that way inclined to thinking anyway for every winter. So anyway, can't believe it. But there you go. We've got to keep going. Yeah. Very tiring. So I can't type back. So I've now got to switch off something I forgot to do, and then try and switch some meditation, something on. So bear with me, because the drink I've got is gone. I have to drink it. So, bit of bread, you know what I mean? I'm trying. Prank test in Australia.
G'day TW, welcome. Now I know it's not medical. Good on your player base. I'll keep an eye out for you. Doing it because the same mega rich modern psychopaths are behind those favorite gangs. They use fear in both cases. They abuse the fear of a virus to. Yeah. You can hold that for a second, could you? Is that alright? Just don't turn it on me. Good. Good crowd today. Good crowd today. I know. It's about fucking time. Yeah, no. It's been getting really fucking low lately. Whole thing, right? And they did a ceremony. and this Church of Notre Dame. So in the high altar of Notre Dame, they put a half-naked prostitute on the altar. Right, it was a ritual to Lucifer. So they put a crown on her head to signify her as the Queen of Reason, gave her a torch to symbolize the light of Lucifer, the illuminated light of Lucifer. So what you're seeing, she's also known as Juno, Isis, and all this other stuff. This Statue of Liberty, right? And so out of this, Frederick Bartholdi created 3 statues. Just 2 small ones in France and this big one here in America, right? So now this was a gift from the Masonic lodges of France to the American Masonic lodges, not a gift to the people. It had nothing to do with our people, nothing to do with liberty, nothing. Because at the time, even it was Sir Francis Bacon many years before, he visioned this continent as the New Atlantis. You know what I mean? This continent was well known long before Columbus was even thought of. His grandfather's thought. They knew about this continent. They symbolized, the occultists knew this is going to be the New Atlantis, and which I truly believe this is the new Babylon, and I'm going to present a good case for that. So, this here was, that's where all the immigrants came from all over the world. This is the first thing they see coming into the new world, right? So this was the gateway to the new world. And to symbolize that, it blessed the gateway to the new world with the illuminating light of Lucifer. Yeah, I mean, that's what she stands for. Plain and simple, the Queen of Reasoning that presents the illuminated light of Lucifer, plain and simple. And if you notice, she stands on an 11-pointed star, you can see it from here, which is also a symbol for the beast. And all through the statue, there's all kinds of Masonic carvings and all kinds of symbolism throughout the statue and everything else. So back to Frederick Bartholdi, he was the creator of the sculptor he was there at that ritual. And so, the secret society coding messages and symbols of the particularly blasphemous nature. And yes, the majority of Americans adore the Statue of Liberty and naively see her as the virtue of goodness. It's hard to read through the slides here, but yeah. It's a veneration of a solar deity. It's many meanings behind this. Okay, the light of Lucifer, the goddess Juno, the goddess Diana, the goddess Isis, which is all the same thing. Many, many things. But other than it's not liberty. Okay, then yes, 1776 is great in the book on the Statue of Liberty, but it's not the 1776 that we think of. It's the founding of the Order of Illuminati. You know what I mean? So, Trey, if you want to add anything to that.
So I think the biggest thing we can take away from this, and this will easily disprove the concept of this is the Statue of Liberty, and liberty is a good thing. But my immediate question is liberty from what? Now there's another picture that you've got in the slides, Dan, that shows Mithras with Lady Liberty behind him. And in that picture, Mithras has a Phrygian cap on. And the Phrygian cap originally represented a foreigner that was in captivity. But it has since come to represent a person that's been freed from slavery or captivity. And so Lady Liberty is often associated with that. And so the easiest way to figure out what kind of liberty she represents is to go to Psalm number 2. Why did the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, that would be Jesus, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Understand that when you see Lady Liberty, she represents a freedom from the morality of God and God's rule. And I can prove that just through the simple fact that the architect behind this Statue of Liberty, like Dan said, was a Grand Orient Freemason. Grand Orient Freemasonry does not, so typically with Grand Lodge Freemasonry, you have to believe in a deity of some sort. So we could easily look at that and we could say, okay, that's idolatry. Grand Orient takes it one step farther. You don't have to believe in a deity of any kind. It is a very humanistic, enlightenment-based version of Freemasonry, and it is complete lawlessness. So with that, because of the fact that this man belonged to a lodge that you don't even have to believe in a God, I can prove just with that information that this statue represents a liberty from serving God and being subject to his law. It's that simple. Now, you can take away everything else. I mean, honestly, we could do a mic drop right here and end the session on the Statue of Liberty. But there's other things you can talk about, like the fact that I don't think it's any coincidence that the base of the Statue of Liberty is a star fort. And I mean, guys, if you haven't looked into the star forts, we don't have time to get into that. So make sure you check out the episodes on the star forts on IUCTV. They're very insightful. But there were literally these families, these elitist families, that have these star forts all over the world. And the fact that the Statue of Liberty is one of them just goes to show you that we are involved in this illuminist, elitist system. There is, when people talk about the Christian founding of America, I have to ask them when. Because America was founded as a Christian nation before the Declaration of Independence. And there were good, godly men involved with the Declaration of Independence, don't get me wrong. But what happened was you had two different types of people fighting for two different types of liberty. And eventually, like always happens with the people of God, unfortunately, when it comes along, apostasy goes with it. And this humanistic, do what thou wilt, Crowleyan religion takes hold. Which, of course, we know that's going to happen. The Bible prophesies it in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. But my goodness, I think, we have to fight back. There's a verse in Revelation that says those who live by the sword will also die by the sword. And you have all these cowards in the pulpit saying, see, we're not supposed to fight. We're just supposed to lay down our lives. But that's not what that verse means.
No,
when you look at that verse, it very clearly means you can fight. Just understand that are you willing to lay down your life to fight for what's right? That's what that means.
Yeah.
Because I can go ahead and tell you, if you go up against Satan and his armies, when Satan is fully released from his captivity and the restrainer is removed, the odds are that you're going to die in that fight. But understand that dying is the only way you win that fight. Because, look, you have Jesus Christ as an advocate. And the Bible very clearly says, if God is for us, who can be against us? Understand that death is nothing but a release. Paul said, for me to live is Christ, but to die is gain. That doesn't mean that you don't fight and you just willingly lay down your life like some sort of coward. No, the Bible says that cowards will have their place in the lake of fire. They're the first thing listed in that passage is coward. There's nothing wrong with fighting for what is right. As a matter of fact, I would say you have a biblical and moral obligation to fight for what is right. The question is, are you willing to die for what is right? Because I can tell you the reformers were willing to die for what was right. You look at William Tyndale, John Knox. Look at all these guys who died trying to bring us the word of God. William Tyndale, as he was being burned at the stake, prayed a prayer and said, open the King of England's eyes. And I think it was like less than 100 years later, King James comes along. Which, by the way, I've got this book right here. This is Demonology, or Demonology is how we would read it today. But this is by His Majesty King James I of England, and it is a book exposing and condemning the arts of witchcraft in the day of King James.
Wow.
And King James would have known plenty about this stuff. He came from these elite royal families. So this is a book I highly recommend everybody get. I think I got this off of Amazon for incredibly cheap.
Yeah, if you can remember, man, send me like a picture of that. Text it to me this way I can order that. That'd be interesting to read. And like Trey, man, it's cool because Trey and myself and especially David Carrico, when we come loaded, man. Like I gotta bring my library here. I gotta show some stuff. become loaded with all kinds of books and stuff. And there's a lot of research into the stuff, guys. We don't just sit here and throw slides together. And I speak for trade too on this show. There's reading, there's studying involved, there's fact checking, all this other stuff from related topics and everything else that goes along with this stuff. So it's so basically when I'm at work and I sit there and read books and write notes down and everything else. And I got like my books, right? Every one of them, like the covers are probably ruined because transporting everywhere, but in the covers I got tons of notes in the covers. And the free pages there, I got right tons of news and highlight different things that I need to go for future shows. If I need to, like, oh yeah, I remember reading about that in that book. I go to the cover. Oh yeah, that's where it is, right there. And so my books are full of writing all over it. And highlights and everything else. And like the textbooks, and the cool thing is the books we have, man. Like you can't go into Barnes and Noble and find these books. You can't go to a local library and find these books. These books are hard to come by, man, and by great authors. And of course, the mainstream would definitely don't want the stuff in the general public, And
oh yeah, this book, this demonology book, I had to order it from an occult bookstore.
Huh.
So like literally, the publisher is. I don't even remember what I did with it. It's around here somewhere, but like literally this publishing house only publishes occult based books. And I was like, haha, you stuck one in there that's not supposed to be there. I love it, man. I gloat about stuff like that when these occult books, they're so obsessed with publishing occult stuff that they'll publish something godly. Jokes on them. Yeah, this is Parchment Books. Parchment Books is all about the occult. But I wanted to go ahead, and this is a little bit of a tangent, so bear with me. But in Ezekiel 38, that's Gog and Magog, right? Mm-hmm. And everybody, this irritates me. And I talked about this a little bit last week on my show, because last week we talked about the geopolitical origins of dispensationalism and how the British government, and this goes right along with what we're talking about, actually. The British government founded dispensationalism, this belief that, the Jews are the chosen people of God. And look, I know, like you said, Tex Mars used to send, before he died, he sends you a bunch of his stuff. Have you seen the documentary he's in about marching to Zion?
Yeah.
It's a good documentary.
Yeah.
The guy who wrote it is a complete nut job, but it's a good documentary. And I know that was one of Tex's biggest criticisms that I saw was people said he was a raging anti-Semite, which is completely not true. But one of the things, this is what dispensationalism started because the East India Trading Company needed a trading route between Asia and the United Kingdom. And the best way they found to do that, their biggest enemy at the time was Russia. And so they had John Nelson Darby come along and talk about how Russia was Gog and Magog and how they were the enemies of God's chosen people, the Jews. And so what they did was they started this plan right then to get the Jews to return back to Palestine. World War I actually set this up. And if you read Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini and you put all this together, the pieces fall in place perfectly. World War I was designed to get the ball rolling. And that was when the letter was written to Lord Rothschild about, that I can't even remember the name of it now, but it was this edict about getting the Jews to return to Palestine. Well, that got the ball rolling. World War II, with the Holocaust, actually got them to go back after that mass persecution and human sacrifice. Because, by the way, if you didn't know this, Holocaust means burnt offering. And then, of course, now they're back. There's this Zionist state, which is completely evil and Masonic. There's nothing godly about the state of Israel. There's good, godly people in Israel, but there's nothing godly about the state of Israel.
Yeah.
And this is what I want to see, because I'm going to, if I can get my commentary pulled up here. And I think I'm in John Gill. I need to go to Adam Clark.
While you're doing that, man, and I could add to that. So And a lot of people said when Israel was founded as a nation, when they created that flag with that vile, disgusting Moloch stuff, it's nothing to do with David. We did two whole shows on the Star of David, which is no such thing as a Star of David. That's a Star of Moloch, plain and simple. So it said that real Jews were very angry at that star. They wanted the menorah on the flag, not the star, which is the Kabbalah star. You know what I mean? Plain and simple.
By the way, they're still angry about it.
Yeah.
There are Orthodox Jews in New York. You can still find interviews to this day where they will absolutely, like when people ask them, they will say they do not recognize the state of Israel. Because actually New Zion was supposed to be set up in New York before they got the ball rolling on the Palestinian exodus.
And they tell the people in church, "Oh, we're gonna kiss Israel's butt every step of the way." No, that's not Israel. God's Israel is a different thing. You know what I mean? Me and you, like me and Trey, we're not hereditary Jews, but we're part of God's Israel. You know what I mean? And the order of Melchizedek and everything. So they manipulate everything. That's how they are. So I don't know if you got that reference pulled up, but which goes along with the show, guys. Especially what's coming up next. Yeah. Because a lot of Zionists come to the United States for this purpose, to worship before this very audio. So Trey, get his reference first before we move on to that. But man, it's unreal. And when when I was going to church, I thought, we got to support Israel and everything. No, you don't. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to be sending billions of dollars, warplanes, and all that. That's not supporting Israel that way. You know what I mean? God's Israel and the state of Israel are two different things.
Yeah, I just found out what I did wrong, so my bad. I was clicked on the wrong verse. So I'm still trying to get the hang of Esor. So it's not always going well for me, needless to say. But there is when you talk about Gog and Magog, and I can't find it for whatever reason, but I have verified this. I've looked in the commentary myself. In Adam Clark's commentary, when he talks about Meshech and Tubal, Adam Clark quotes a guy named Mr. Mead. And Mr. Mead, even back then, Adam Clark's commentary on the Bible was written in like the early 1800s. So America had barely been established as a nation, and already this Mr. Mead guy, whoever he was, had recognized that America was the direct descendants of the sons of Japheth and Meshech and Tubal. We literally live in the land of Gog. So understand that everything you see, all of this stuff with Russia, Ukraine, all of this stuff where they're like trying to make Russia the mortal enemy, and just the complete anathema. And which, don't get me wrong, Vladimir Putin is evil. And then this other dork that runs Ukraine, he's a complete joke. Yeah, Volodymyr Zelensky. Yeah, they're both evil. They're both puppets. Understand that these guys, these dispensationalist guys, these Lindsay-ites and these Darbians, all they want you to do is be distracted, because this is all a spiritual problem. And that's and look, that's why, when you look at Lady Liberty and you look at this Phrygian cap that she's associated with, which by the way is on one of the Congress seals. You'll find it everywhere. It literally looks like Dopey's little hat from Snow White. Which I don't think there's any coincidence about that either, because Walt Disney was a 33rd degree Freemason, was in the Malay Society, has Club 33. What?
The red caps?
Yeah, like the little red Phrygian cap.
Yeah, I know that Trump with the red cap too.
Yeah, I don't think that's any coincidence. Yeah. Which anybody who's been listening to me for any amount of time knows I'm not a big Trump fan at all. Yes, I'll admit, America did better under his policies than they are right now, but it doesn't matter. The man still has very evil tendencies, and it's my job as a believer to call those out. So, but yeah, look, none of this, when you look at this, and understand, you can dig into this stuff too deeply. I've seen it. But what is the whole point of this? The whole point of this is it's Ephesians 5:11. Have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them. I'm going to read that real quick, because that's an important passage.
And that ties right into this next thing, Bohemian Grove Moloch statue there, and exactly that verse ties right into this. Actually, I had a
Oh my
meme with that
gosh.
verse on this very picture. I had a meme with that verse on this picture.
Oh, wow. And it says, and have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them, for it is a shame even to speak of those things which are done of them in secret. But all things that are reproved are made manifest by the light, for whatsoever doth make manifest is light. Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. You know, see, that's the thing about the Illuminati. The Illuminati, it literally means the illuminated ones. They believe that they are the light bearers. But without Jesus Christ, you can have no light. It's just like Jesus talked about how, you know, your light, your light. I can't remember the exact passage, but there's a passage where Jesus talks about that your light is actually darkness. And it's escaping me. Guys, you have to forgive me. I'm completely exhausted, and I am literally just running off of my pure zeal for this right now. But, you know, and look, anything Jesus says, you can take that to the bank. I mean, my goodness, he was there before all of us, before everything at creation. He is now at the right hand of God. If you can't believe what Jesus says, you can't believe anything. But, you know, literally, look, you can take this passage from Ephesians, you can match it up to John. In him was life, and that life was the light of men. You can have no light without Jesus. And all of these Rosicrucians and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which, by the way, is just another front for the Rosicrucians, all of these people. And look, Dan, I've told you this before. I actually follow, and I don't recommend doing this. Matter of fact, it really gets on my nerves. But, you know, I believe doing what I do, that I should probably keep tabs on those that are trying to work against us and, you know, our Messiah. I follow the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn on YouTube because, yes, they do have a YouTube channel. They do magic rituals on it every single day, which they call the secret magic of Jesus, because apparently Jesus had magic. That's what these loons believe. Yeah, these guys don't have any light. They're in darkness. Mm-hmm. And of course, we need to pray for them. You know, it's one thing. I think sometimes we can be so easily tricked into having such a hatred for the heinousness of what these things do, that in our fallen nature, that hatred of the act can carry over to hatred of the people. And I think we have to be careful of that, because we need to pray for these people. They're deceived. Even the people at the highest levels are deceived. I don't think at the highest levels, you know, I believe they're what the book of Romans talked about, that God has turned them over to a reprobate mind. But that's not my place to judge. I still think, you know, we have to pray for these people.
Yeah.
Because prayer is the absolute strongest thing that any of us can do.
And exactly, and especially these people. Yeah, so what you're looking at, guys, is in the Redwoods in California. It's called Bohemian Grove. This was the image of Alex Jones infiltrated the place. This was the image of them doing that. It's called the cremation of care ceremony. Now, basically, it's like you literally cremate your kids, and basically when you enter the grove there, this is what the statue looks like. It's an image of an owl, you know, which is another symbol of Moloch. And so basically, their logo at the Bohemian Grove is weaving spiders come not here. In other words, it's from the Shakespeare play. In other words, leave your cares away. And it's supposed to be a place where you go leave your cares away and everything else. It's a cremation care. Literally, it's like your cares. This is where the Philadelphia Project was started from. The nuclear bomb was discussed at this very place. You know what I mean? The creation of the nuclear bomb and everything else. And all these people here, the world's elite. The Bushes have their own encampment there. They have their own section. Like it's called the Hillbillies. It's reserved for them. Vatican members have their own encampment here, right? And they fly gay male prostitutes in there to literally come service the Mongols. Okay, the people go there. Yeah, princes go there, royalty go there, right? Presidents, congressmen, people top notch from all over the world in this country go to this thing every July. I think it's the first week of July. They spend a whole week in there, a week or two, and they literally literally upon Moloch, they do a mock human sacrifice. Well, they say it's mock, but a lot of us believe they did real human sacrifices. This has been around for a very long time, and it's hundreds of acres out in the redwoods of California. And right at the beginning, there's always witches there at the beginning entrance to bless the grove, whatever the case. And so it's getting a lot of popularity since Alex Jones exposed that. And so basically this place is very heavily secured right now. I mean, what you're looking at, those are the elite of the world. And if you ever watch the movie, the documentary Alex Jones exposed him being in the grove. He was invited there by a person. He snuck a camera in, and a lot of people debate if this is, they knew about him or not, whatever the case. It showed the rituals that was going on, and they do a mock sacrifice. In other words, they give up the kids and all that. And it's supposed to be a place where you have fun and all that, but a lot of top secret stuff is discussed here. And the world's elite will gather here, and they do some sick, disgusting things, and like rituals and all kinds of sexual things with some men. And was Richard Nixon.
Was disgusting.
Yeah, I think it was Richard Nixon,
so
right?
gross.
Remember? He was like, he was invited to that, and he said it was the most faggotest place on the planet.
Yeah, that quote. I'll be honest, I can't help but chuckle when I see that because look, Richard Nixon's he was full of crap.
Yeah.
I mean, he acted like, I just got invited there, and he said that like he wasn't heavily involved in it, but from what I understand, so basically, from what I understand about Richard Nixon is he was kind of like Prescott Bush's like right-hand guy. That's allegedly how he became president. All of this stuff. There's rumors that he was involved with the JFK situation. The guy was full of crap. Yeah. And may I just say that the thing about the weaving spiders is also a giant just dish of baloney.
Yeah.
Because all of those guys are weaving spiders. They're the world's most powerful business elite, and you don't think they're weaving webs in there? Yeah, I'm calling BS on that. But look, when you talk about this, I mean, is it any coincidence that they called it Bohemian Grove? Because you have the Bohemian Club in San Francisco, which owns the Bohemian Grove. But this is what Exodus 34:13 says. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice, and thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods, thou shalt make thee no molten gods. Notice how in that passage, grove goes together with idol worship, sacrifices, and here we have this cremation of care ritual in front of a 40-foot freaking owl statue. I mean, my gosh, wake up, America. I don't understand how you can't. You know what? Actually, I do. People don't see it because they don't want to see it, because it ruins the perfect little paradigm of their little plastic wafer and grape juice every 3 months out of the year for their communion on Sundays before they go out and eat fried chicken and pork chops at the local barbecue place, because that's all they care about. They don't care about spiritual warfare. They don't care about holy living. They just want to look the part. And when they're reminded of stuff like this, it reminds them that there's an evil out there and they're not doing anything about it.
Absolutely. I want to acknowledge real quick, too, people in the chat room. Madison Star Moon, she's a huge truther. She's been around for a very long time. Thank you, Madison, for joining us for the show. And I want to get you on, please contact me again. We got to set something up. I want to get you on. Madison Star is an awesome activist, man. And Madison Star Moon. And Valerie, Uncle Obvious, and Flying Brian, thank you guys for moderating the chat. And everybody else joining the chat, thank you so much. And if you're just watching, guys, again, log on to your YouTube account. Join in the chat, and we don't really censor people. I mean, like, if you're obnoxious swearing, if Trump, I'm gonna shut you down. But other than that, if you're gonna voice even oppose me, I welcome it. You know what I mean? I support free speech to the core. And if you have a right to oppose me and challenge me, and I suggest people do that. You know what I mean? And That's what it's about. You know what I mean? We're not sitting here. We're 100% on everything. We try our best. That's it. We try to get the truth out with stuff we're gonna miss, stuff we're gonna mess up on. But you know what? We try to get the truth out the best we can. And me and Trey were openly honest about that. You know what I mean? So I just want to put that out there. And thank you guys for joining the chat room. So I love this because it's like everybody says every week, it's a fellowship. You know what I mean? Where everybody can come together, talk about stuff, and just fellowship with each other. And what's up, my buddy DJ G from my brother Daniel there. Yeah, he lives here around as well. You know, it's like I'm gonna get him on. He's a historian, American historian. Yeah, he knows a lot about the Star Wars as well and everything else. And yeah, all kinds of cool stuff, man. So back to the stuff here, and you know, like we talked about the Weaving Spiders coming out here. But this is a sick, disgusting stuff that goes on. You know what I mean? And there's other places. I mean, like somebody in the channel mentioned too. There's other places. I think it was Hellbound Heathen said the same thing as other places too. But we couldn't mention them all, like you said, because there's so many. We'd be here all night. These are just gist of what goes on here in this country. You know what I mean? And the stuff that goes on in this Bohemian Grove is beyond utterly disgusting. Okay, and stuff we probably won't mention in here today, but.
Oh yeah. Now I do say before we go on from Bohemian Grove, let me know, because there's actually Bohemian Grove is the West Coast club. There's one on the East Coast that I personally believe is like, so just like on the East Coast you have Pizzagate. We talked about this in the past, Dan. Me and you had Pizzagate on the East Coast, and then you have Voodoo Donuts on the West Coast, which are both. You know, there's evidence. I believe there's good evidence that there's human trafficking involved with both of those.
Yeah.
But then you have Bohemian Club on the West Coast, and then on the East Coast you have the Lotus Club. Now, the Lotus Club, that gets interesting because, you know, we talked about dispensationalism with John Nelson Darby. John Nelson Darby founded dispensationalism, but he's not the one that really made it that popular. That was C.I. Scofield, the former lawyer turned basically preacher. And he was the one who wrote the book, Rightly Dividing the Word of Truth, things like this. But this guy was a member of the Lotus Club. And the Lotus Club, I can't find out a whole lot about it, but one thing I do know is when you go to the actual Lotus Club building, cell phones are not allowed unless you're in one room. Now, my biggest question is, if you're only allowed to have cell phones in one room, what in the heck are you hiding?
Yeah, I think they're trying to keep something on the wraps, man.
Yeah, and if you look at, so the way that the Lotus Club got its name is it was based off of like a poem called The Lotus Eaters. And when you look into actually eating lotus, like lotus petals, from the lotus flower, there is some sort of occult, magical connotation to it. So, have you seen Batman Begins?
Yes.
Do you remember how they had him inhale that fear toxin from a flower when he was getting initiated into the League of Shadows? That was a lotus flower. And, you know, I mean, it's once again, predictive programming right there in front of you. This is the people that are setting up the most prominent eschatological view of the end times in North America have either been involved with the East India Company, which is absolutely Illuminati. You know, you have the Trilateral Commission and the Council of Foreign Relations. I forget what the British counterpart of that is now, but I guarantee you that back in like the 1800s, it was the East India Trading Company. That was British foreign policy then. So John Nelson Darby was involved with that, which would make him, in my opinion, Illuminati adjacent. And then you have C.I. Scofield, who was involved with the Lotus Club.
You see a lot of these,
which, by the way,
founders of religions and all that, you know, always has something to do with the occult or associated with a person like Aleister Crowley, who's a big spawn of a lot of these religions around today. I mean, like Scientology, Jehovah's Witness, and you know, some of these other prominent so-called religions out there are spawned from like the teachings of Aleister Crowley,
Oh, of course. Well, what's interesting is when you look at Second Thessalonians chapter 2, and you really dig beyond the English, you start getting into the Greek. It says that wicked will be revealed, and that word wicked is anomia. It literally means without law. We would translate it lawless. And that's absolutely what Aleister Crowley was. I mean, he said the law, the whole of the law, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. So it's kind of like we would translate that now as there's only one rule. There are no rules. Or what my generation says to each other, you do you, boo-boo. I mean, that's literally, anytime you say something like that, whether you know it or not, and of course none of us mean it that way, but we really need to, I'm talking to myself here, we need to watch what we're saying because words mean things.
Yeah.
And that definitely has this connotation, it has its roots in Crowleyan Satanism. Which, by the way, interesting thing about this, and I talked about this last week on my show, there are two famous, so John Nelson Darby, this guy that started dispensationalism, look, I'm telling you, all of this ties together. Which my wife says the perfect meme to describe me is that It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia conspiracy meme. She says, like, that's what the inside of my brain looks like. So John Nelson Darby, after he started doing this stuff, he founded this group called the Plymouth Brethren. There are two famous people that were in the Plymouth Brethren. The guy that headed up the investigation for the, oh gosh, why can I not remember that guy's name? I can't believe I'm blanking on this.
It's been a long day for you, man. It's no me, man. I had an interview today with the Danish media. They flew out to Rhode Island here to interview me for a documentary for the Sandy Hook stuff, whatever the case. But along with Day with them, and I did my news show. Then this, so I'm right. We're there with you right now. Right now, I'm like running on fumes, but this is good stuff to get out. But there's so many names and stuff to remember, and
Jack
people
the
can
Ripper,
understand
that's it.
because all the books we read, all the history we do, it's just try to keep all those names in your head and everything in order. It's insane,
Yeah. Well, and I've been keeping this a secret because I wasn't going to announce it yet. But next week we've been working in the background on our new site. And next week we have a new daily show coming out. I'm already 4 episodes in. So I've literally recorded an episode every night this week. So I'm not used to that. It's taken some getting used to. But Jack the Ripper, the guy that headed up the Jack the Ripper investigation for Scotland Yard, he was one of the Plymouth Brethren. And then the other second famous member of the Plymouth Brethren, I kid you not, you cannot make this stuff up, was Aleister Crowley.
Unreal, man. It's always a connection with him. I call it the Crowley connection. And
I mean, he's everywhere.
Yeah, he is. It's amazing, except for Mormonism, because Joseph Smith lived prior to him. But other than that, man, it's either Madam H.P. Blavatsky or Aleister Crowley involved with all these like wacky religions and occults, man, and even Wicca is tied into Aleister Crowley as well. With Gerald Gardner or the Alexandria Wiccan place, but it's crazy, man. But it was a slide
But
here.
You know what?
Thank God
it goes the other way too.
Yep.
Because people may not realize this, but I've heard David Carrico quote Arthur Pink a lot, especially when he does the Doctrine of Christ series.
Yep.
Arthur Pink, before he started writing all these books on the Bible, was a theosophist. And so, praise God that he will pull any of us out of the the slums, regardless of our background, and use us.
Yeah.
So, but I love that that hit me, and I was like, you know what? That's just, look, God can use anybody, as long as you're willing to serve and repent of your sins.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I kind of jumbled up the slides too because I meant to keep this with the Statue of Liberty. I was just like pressed for time, but this is really going back to Statue of Liberty because they're now rough from the Bohemian Grove. But that you told me that you brought this up earlier too, that there's a Statue of Liberty in the background, and as the ancient drawing that predates the Statue of Liberty by 1,800 years shows that New York's goddess idol has long-standing links with the ancient mysteries. With the goddess of liberty looking on the Persian Roman sun god Mithras, heroically slays the bull, and the Mithric cult reviled Christianity, and its initiation ceremonies, and the candidate received a brand or mark in his forehead. Mithra, also the sun deity, was protected by the great serpent. So I just want to bring that once again. So, and the thing is, there's Da Vinci paintings and all that too, and there's pictures like back hundreds of years ago. You know what I mean? And during the French Revolution, shows the French battle and all that, and it shows a picture of Lady Liberty, but in the background, it's crazy, right? In the background, this is long before skyscrapers existed. In the background, there's smoke in the top corner. I should put the pictures in there, man. And it looks like two buildings, from 9/11. That one of the pictures they showed, because it jogged my memory of that picture, during 9/11 showed the Statue of Liberty. In the background was the two Twin Towers on fire. You know what I mean? And it's kind of weird, man, how they put this up. And I think we lost Trey. Did we lose you, Trey?
Yeah, no, no, I'm still here. I was just gonna let you know. Keep talking. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go refill my coffee cup real quick.
So guys, this is stuff we're dealing with, man, and these things, everything you see here is nothing new. These things go back thousands of years, in fact. You know what I mean? And my buddy Daniel in the chat room, he even said the star forts go back long before the 1700s, which they do. Star forts were designed like many, many eons ago. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of purposes for star forts and everything else, man. And strategically they're great, absolutely. And there's also, and again, on the occultic side of the coin too, there's reasons for that too. Everything's done for a reason and it's strategically done for those reasons. You know what I mean? And let me move on to another slide here. Oops, what happened here? Just messed up my slides. Yeah, so guys. Hold on a second. I just messed up my own stuff here. So. Bubbles and farts, like John Wall says. Yes. And here we go. Get my slides back. So, anyway, moving on to the next one here, and Trey can comment on that anytime. So basically, they're looking at the National Archives building in the United States, right? And I think everybody's ever paid attention when they went to D.C., man. If you go to DC, just pay attention to the architecture and everything and how things are. And you're going to see a pantheon of Roman gods, pagan gods, Egyptian gods. What in the hell does Egypt and Rome have to do with the United States of America? So all over this, which you're going to see from here out, all over DC, okay, is pantheons. It's the same thing with the Vatican, too. Nothing holy about the Vatican. Pantheons of these Greek gods, Roman gods, pagan gods, and so on, all through DC, all through the Vatican, all that. It's done already for a reason. The buildings are strategically built for certain alignments and everything else, and ley lines and all this other stuff we've been on the road with. But these things are put in place for a reason. But what does all this have to do? Pyramids and obelisks we're going to get into next, and what does this all have to do with DC? You know what I mean? And this is like the National Archives building. Yeah, I mean, you got official name for the recorder of the archives, Zeus. He's the official name of the recorder of archives. Sits on the throne, and his court of subjects surround him, and pediment of the Greco-Roman Corinthian column in the National Archives building in D.C. So why do we have in these Greek gods adorning this nation? It's supposed to be a Christian nation. Which when you actually get to the design, I mean, it's crazy, man. In the book I got here, it's called The Secret Architecture of National Capitals. This is by David Overson. It's a good book. But, man, I'm going to do a show eventually on just the Washington Monument alone. I mean, that's a whole show on its own. But everything was strategically done, the whole layout, DC and everything else, star alignment, star dates and all that, cultic dates and all that, all in his book here. And he lays it all out, man. What an amazing book that is, man. This stuff here, these pictures, by the way, guys, most of these pictures are from this book here, Mysterious Monuments by Tex Mars. And so crazy stuff, man. But this is what we're dealing with here. Uh, Pagan gods and goddesses on a nation that's supposed to be in God we trust. What God is that? What God is it we trust? Is that the God of the Bible or this universal God that from day one, even before the Illuminati existed? You know what I mean? Yeah, these groups, the Order of the Serpent that goes back to ancient days, all pushing for a one world government. Well, yeah, universal religion, this goes back to Babylon and such. You know what I mean? This is ancient philosophy being pushed here in the United States and all over the world. And that's why you're going to see a lot of similar things, monuments and structures in this country, in France, Germany, Spain, Rome, all over the world. You got these obelisks and these, in every state too. Here in the United States, every state we got an obelisk somewhere, or some kind of pyramid structure that, that monuments, you know what I mean? So who we actually honoring?
I could show you, like, if you were ever to come down here where I live, we could drive through all these rural areas and you will find these little family cemeteries out in the middle of cornfields. And they're the gravestone or obelisks in the middle of nowhere in rural North Carolina, which there's more to that story too. So for instance, people, if you've never been to North Carolina, you probably don't realize this. But North Carolina has a convergence point where quite a few ley lines meet. One that connects to the Serpent Mound in Ohio, I believe. I think, if I remember correctly. It's actually the Serpent Ley Line actually passes right through North Carolina. But then there's another one that passes right through and goes to Washington, D.C., and they all converge on a place called Pilot Mountain, which I kid you not is a mountain peak that literally comes up and has this flattened plateau on top. And, of course, every time me and my wife, because my wife has family that lives up near it, every time we pass it, I'm like, I'm telling you, you're looking at a ritual sacrifice high place. And then later I find out that all these ley lines connect. So basically, I say all that to say it doesn't surprise me that these obelisks and all of this are everywhere. Black magic, Satanism, it's everywhere down here.
And speaking of that,
course, there's a reason they call it the Dirty South, and I believe that it has to do with these rituals and stuff. It's just a dirty place.
Yeah. And speaking evil everywhere, man. There's a stained glass window right here in the prayer room of the United States Capitol. You know what I mean? Like, if you know what this says, a lot of people don't get ignorant to this. They think this is the eye of God that oversees us and everything else. And what you're looking at, you see this on the dollar bill too. Novus Ordo Seclorum means meaning one, and no corpus. It means like he approves. You know what I mean? And I think that's the definition of that. But I did a whole documentary on this. Yeah. So if you want more information on the LCNI and everything, we got actual whole documentary on that. But yeah, if you look at this and you know what this is, and unfortunately, this is in some churches. Some churches have the LCNI and all the signs in the windows, but this is the prayer room in the United States Capitol. Who the hell are they praying to? That's not the God of the Bible. That's not Yahweh. And people think, oh no, it's the eye of providence, which means God. No, it's not. And you learn this in Freemasonry. One of the initiations, like the red lodge, the blue lodge, I'm sorry, which is the first 3 degrees, they tell you, oh yeah, it's the eye of God, it's the eye of providence, right? Then later on, they'll tell you it's the eye of Horus and all that. Then eventually you learn, no, it's the eye of Lucifer. And the illumination around it, it's 1,000 points of illumination by the dog star Sirius. This is some dark stuff, guys. And I'm going to stay right up. The God of Freemasonry is the Kabbalist God. It's the androgynous God. It's not the God of the Bible. You know, plain and simple.
But yeah, and both Albert Pike and Madame Blavatsky both admit to that in their writings.
And it's an
matter of fact,
book too, Lost Keys of Freemasonry.
Yeah. Yep. I want to say it was somewhere in Morals and Dogma. I can't remember exactly which degree it was, but Albert Pike talked about how if you took the ineffable name, if you took that name and then you reversed it, I forget exactly how he said it, but if you took that name, reversed the letters, and did something to it, it became bisexual. Absolutely blasphemous stuff.
Yeah.
I've got it in one of these books over here because I've got so many books.
I had that
got
book in
one
my
of them.
studio last week, Morals and Dogma.
Mm-hmm.
I every time I gotta pray after that because I feel that book is so full.
Oh, it makes me feel dirty.
Yeah,
And look, what makes it worse is I have the audio book of it.
Oh.
Because I drive so much during work.
Yeah.
I've got to stay up on this stuff somehow.
Yeah.
Gross. I mean,
I got tags on my books. Like I tell wait if something happens to me, there's certain books with tags on them. It says destroy in them. It's like label tags says destroy. So I told you, just throw them in the fire, don't sell them, don't do nothing. I don't want anybody to have them. I shouldn't even have them, but the thing is, I prayed over them too, and for this purpose, to expose evil from their own writings. You know what I mean? There's no in the Masonic libraries, and anybody's Mason, you can literally go to your Masonic library. You can find Morals Dogma. You can find Albert Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. You can find Lost Keys of Freemasonry and many other books by Manly P. Hall. You can find this stuff, man, and it's right there in your faces, and you know what I mean. Like, so we're not lying about this stuff, and but yeah, the stained glass in the prayer room in the United States Capitol, yeah, that's a problem right there. You know what I mean? We could pull out all the, we could sit here for probably an hour pulling out all the symbolism, which we did in the documentary, all the symbolism in that one symbol right now, the esoteric and the exoteric meanings of these, and you know what I mean? Like this is so Luciferian, it's not even funny. And if anybody has remote, that's all of God. You got a lot to learn. And I'm going to tell you right to your face, that has nothing to do with our Heavenly Father God, nothing to do with the God of the universe.
All you have to do is, I can't remember which book it was, but it was Manly P. Hall. And he talks about the capstone of the pyramid, which is, of course, where the all-seeing eye is. But he talks about how this capstone of the pyramid is actually the master mason after he ascends above to a higher plane above everything else. Now, of course, if you're in the Blue Lodge, you think it's the third degree Master Mason, right? But true Master Mason doesn't actually come until the 32nd degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, according to Morals and Dogma. But understand that this capstone, this Master Mason, Hiram Abiff, is actually, and look, I did a whole show on this almost a year, I think it's been close to a year ago. We did a whole show about how Hiram Abiff is actually the Antichrist. This Master Mason is going to be the man of sin that sits in the temple and declares himself above all that is called God. Or as Manly P. Hall put it, on a higher plane above everything else. This capstone, when they're praying in this prayer room with this on the wall, they're not saying prayers. They're invoking incantations to bring about the beast kingdom. That's all it is. All you have to do is read their own writings to see this stuff.
Yep. And that's what you're looking at right there, everything you described right there in that picture. But this is the crap that's in Capitol, man. You know what I mean? And it's unreal. Then look at this, the Capitol Dome, House of Representatives pediment, demonstrating the goddess's rule over both branches of the American legislature. You know what I mean? What in that, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, again, the question is, why is our nation the capital of our nation, right? Why is it doing a pantheon of pagan or Roman gods, which is saying these folks gods and goddesses? Why? You know what I mean? We're supposed to be in God we trust, but what God is? You know what I mean? It's certainly not the God of the Bible.
That's easy. You take all of these. You take this pantheon of gods. You take in God we trust. You take e pluribus unum, and it explains them all. E pluribus unum, out of many one. Out of these many gods will come one God. One false God who declares himself above all that is called God. Like, guys, it's right there. You just have to want to see it.
Yeah. And you're right, Dan, he says right on the money. Yeah, exactly. And that's that documentary made with Doc Marquise and the late Doc Marquise, former Illuminati, and also David Carrico and such. We exposed the dollar bill. The dollar bill is it was placed there by FDR in 1933. 35 was him and Henry Wallace put that seal that was hidden from America. 200 years the seal was hidden from the American public. 200 years Thomas Jefferson possessed it. And put on dollar bill to bring about a new world order, the new order of the ages. You know what I mean? The New Deal, FDR, was the new world order. You know what I mean? They try to push it by force, and at the same time, you had the Pope Mussolini and Hitler calling for the New Deal, the New Order. I'm sorry, the New Order, and the FDR calling for the New Deal. This was thrown on a dollar bill. When in the seal to the success also of the Federal Reserve. We get into all that sometime, but man, this is right on the dollar bill. This is the dollar bill is so much symbolism. Again, we did a whole show on that whole documentary, but man, this is the stuff we're dealing with here. That's the House of Representatives right there, and I'll get a couple more here. There's another one, Capitol Dome. The Senate Parliament, again, the goddesses reign as a central figure. At the far right, notice the curious sculptures of man and the woman. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy, man. And just skim through a couple of these here. The goddess reclines the rich wooden sculpture gracing the arch inside the U.S. Supreme Court's reading room. She holds in her right hand the ram's head, capital of the pillar, denoting her authority as a lawgiver. Yeah, and this is what this is crazy, man. And people, they visit D.C. every day, see the stuff. People from all over the world to see this, but I have no idea what the hell they're looking at. And this is the east wall frieze of the United States Supreme Court chambers, reveals the gods, whom, lowercase, by the way, with G, whom the American Illuminists and other global elite worship, adore in secret, as Zeus and his son Apollo. Also seen as the sun and bundled phases, rods, and the eagle and the ancient mystery symbols. You know what I mean? It's embedded everywhere, man. And jumping anytime, Trey, too. And this is the Korean War Memorial in Washington, D.C. Features a triangle arrow penetrating the bullseye, circular, definite, luminous soul return. Which is everything you call guys is essential. When you think of when you were war wrestler, right? I was at that age. Trey was we're at the age of adolescence at the time, right? Everything you thought it was sex, right? This is the occult. Basically speaking, that's the penis penetrating the vulva, the vagina. You know what I mean? There's many different meanings for this, and there's other besides that. So, but you gotta see this everywhere. You know what I mean? All over the place. I mean, there's Minerva or Athena at war, pedestal sculpture inside the Library of Congress building. And this is the front of the Library of Congress, just as the left great statue of the fountain of Neptune, Poseidon, inside the arch recess. It's a bizarre sculpture of the naked goddess of sea mirth, hair streaming and riding a waving mad stricken horse. And this is the image of a goddess taming mankind. You know what I mean? And there's so much of the stuff. Yeah, the goddess Minerva is the focal point of the stairway leading to the main reading room of the Library of Congress. And I'm just going to keep going to get to the envelopes there, the Washington Monument. The commemorative arch of the Great Hall of the Library of Congress provides evidence of the pagan mystery religion, including symbols of the eagle, the masculine deity, and his son, probably Zeus or Apollo, and the Greco-Roman columns of the mosaic circle and square with pagan elements and symbols within. And again, Athena, goddess of wisdom, classical Greek statue model for the Statue of Freedom atop of the U.S. Capitol building. We go on forever with this stuff, man. And there it is again there. President Abraham Lincoln